You've held that sword for 5 minutes and already think you're a master. So you just do know how to use a blade. Unfortunate I had to learn the hard way.
Special delivery! A free arrow right through the eye socket. Ah, furballs. That was my favourite cloak. You're out for blood today, aren't you, Max? Already taken out Lakea and looping. And yet you've still not caught looping, have you? Oh, fucking hell.
Oh, wonderful. Captured again. Remind me why you can do this. Oh yes, Materies is an ass.
Who are you and what have you done with Max? Max is not normally this aggressive. Like, Max does not normally catch Lakea 4 times in 2 streams. Like, back to 1k hours. Yeah, I wonder why. In 2 streams, you've spent like 16,000 just on catching Lakea. That doesn't include all the nets. That doesn't include the boss battles. You spent months saving up those. Now you spent them all in 2 streams. The next bit of artwork is just going to be like Max going absolutely berserk, like capturing Lakea all the time. Forget like the nice light-hearted one where Max is called Lakea in Sunny style. No, it's going to be like some brutal, like, you get the fuck back here, you little shit. 29k hours spent. Bleeding hell. Oh, Maximus has lost all his humor today, hasn't he? How are you doing, bud? Hope you're keeping well. Perhaps from B that... Yeah, I know, right? Like, proper, like, almost Mathia, like, Mathia type bullshit here. Oh, man, that's definitely got B's name on it. That's definitely... B would own that. Like, B does, like, facial expressions and stuff like that. And, like, color, like, the general vibe and atmosphere of art so incredibly well. That would definitely be right up their street. Doing well, slow day today. Tomorrow goes starting you out. Ooh, hope it goes well, bud. I have been working on bits today. I'll be honest, I'm kind of wondering where all my time off's going. I'm back at work on Monday. It's like, can I have another week? Please? Please? I don't want to go back to work. I don't want to go back to work. I want to carry on and do... Wait. I was going to say I won't keep coding shit, but I forgot that's what my job is. I want to code fun stuff. Time left through the door with a bang. Yeah, it really has. It really has, hasn't it? Anyway, we're going to do some more coding today. We kind of did some yesterday, but I was a bit too tired in that, really. So we're going to pick up where we left off. We're going to try and sort out some of the resources. So we can get a villager to start collecting resources. So we've got our script up for that, resource collection. I'm looking through some of the code I did for a game jam a while back. This is pretty shitty code, but I'm using it as a reminder of what roughly I need them to do. And then we need to get it so they can drop it off at the prefab. So we also need to set up a script for the player for like resource management. Which can so where do we want to keep our resource count? That probably wants to be its own script somewhere. So let's create a player object, shall we? Or AI, because the game's going to be managed all by AI anyway, to be fair, actually. Not your shitty generative AI, because I don't want any part of that, but also I do not have the time to code that up even if I wanted to. Right, so... no, we'll call it player instead of AI, because most our scripts are going to be... That's not what I meant to do. Most our scripts are going to end up calling it player anyway. In fact, is that what we're going to refer to it as? How are we going to refer to this? The normal gamer. Yes. You can put your lightsaber away. I have it is kind of amusing sometimes. The thing is, like, when we say AI in video games, it's it depends on how you define AI, because like we say, we're in video game context, we're talking about game agents. So we're talking about an NPC that's designed to behave like a creature. So it's kind of AI in the sense that it's trying to replicate sort of like that organic kind of representation, but it's not in terms of AI, like technical speak. It's not AI. Like there's no learning there. There's no training or anything like that. I have tried developing for one game jam. I did try doing a very simple kind of training thing at one point where you had to like hide from an enemy, and the enemy was meant to like train to recognize what areas in the game you would go to and try and prioritize those areas for patrols and that. Unfortunately, I didn't get it working. We had to default back to just giving that enemy normal waypoints for that jam. I spent so long trying to get it working. I was a little bit gutted, but oh well. It was close. I nearly had it working, but for some reason, after like the agent.
Well, at least this confirms you were paying attention
Unlucky.
when we taught you how to tie a knot. But did you have to prove it by tying me to a tree?
Clearly, yes. Hey, Wolf Boy, good to see you, dude. Yeah, it would have been really cool. Like I said, I got it to a point where the enemy could like move around the map once, sometimes twice. But after that, for some reason, it kept going back to the same area. Like, it'll go to another area, then it would keep going back to the same one. I could not figure out why. Oh, yeah, dude, Max has been on it. Max has caught Lakea 4 times in the last two streams. Lakea spent most of yesterday tied to that bloody tree. Hang on, let me see if I can find that. I'll show you which one it was. If I go over to itch. It was quite an old one now. Here we go. Revenge of Johnny 5. This was it. So this was a game. This was 24-hour jam, I think. So shorter than our usual 48. We had to do this in 24-hour. And basically, you're trapped. You go into a building and you're trapped in the building with a killer robot, and you've got to go and find the pieces of an EMP. I think there's like 3 pieces. You've got to go find them, and then once you've got them, you've got to get out the building, sets off the EMP, and it destroys the robot. Great. It only takes like 3 minutes to play. It's not a long game, but yeah, I was trying to get it to be a little bit smarter. It just wasn't quite working. Oh, with the bot. Yeah, Seri Bot was on that one, wasn't he? Seri Bot was on that one. So yeah, that was that one. That's going back a bit, but that was certainly a fun one. So I'll stick that in chat if folks want it. So man, we there's some oldies here. There's definitely some oldies. This is an old project. I never like picked this up ever. That can go. We need to change some of these. In fact, let me just check something real quick. Yeah. These need updating. These really need updating. You want marbles? You're gonna have to go find another streamer then. This game's not gonna be like marbles. This game's not gonna be like marbles. It is gonna be same kind of vibe though, where you guys like type in / join. And the more folks you have, the better it'll be, depending on how far we get. But yeah. Let's see. So scripts. See. So make a folder for this. Go player. We'll make a script called player, and we'll drag that on to here, and this will store the amount of resources. Oh, brain marbles. Oh yeah, no chance. No chance. In fact, is it worth putting on that? Or should we just put it on a buildings object? That might make more sense. Yeah, that might make more sense. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna do it that way. Let's see. So, come on. We'll just stick it in here for now. Hold it, building manager. We'll stick it on the buildings object. No, because it's not just gonna be managing buildings, is it? What's it get? What marbles darn you buttons? Love going back memory lane. Genuinely, like some of those projects, I mean, like some of them are gonna be coming on 10 years old now. Like our first game jam was 2017. Yeah, like this global game jam at the end of this month is gonna be our 10th one. I'm looking forward to that. That's gonna be a lot of fun. Right, let's see. What would this be called? Probably worth having our AI management separate. Yeah. Let's just call it manager. We'll just call it manager. And we'll put it on villages, I think. Manager. Make a new one for it called manager. There you go, that'll be our player. Okay, so we are going to want to grab this and then go ahead. Oh, no, we should call it village. That would make more sense. Village manager. I will get there in the end. This is what it takes sometimes, and you can sometimes spend a while figuring out what things should be called. Village manager. My phone buzzing for anything important, or can that wait? Okay, good job, Twitch app. Twitch app has just told me about someone going live on Twitch. The main issue is I know that particular person went live 6 hours ago. Good fucking job. Right. Remove that. Call this village manager. Give it a village manager. Yeah, applause to Twitch. Like, it's normal for push notifications to sometimes take a minute to come through, but other times it's just like, no, you're being useless. Right. Header. See, village resources. We'll do a private int wood. Serialized field, private int. What else do we have? We have stone. Then we're gonna want metal. Int metal. And then we're going to want gold. Int gold. Right, there we go. So that will store how many resources our player has. So let's create a function so that other things can call this and update our resources. So update resources. So we are going to want to take an enum of resource type, because there's no point making a different function for every resource. We can do it all in one. Then we can do int value. Boom, boom. So we are going to want to do a public. We are going to want to make it so that we can query how many resources things have. So we're going to want to create a public int wood get return wood. So what we're doing here is these are private variables, so they can only be accessed by code within this section. Other scripts around here or other scripts in the game can't access these variables. We don't want them to be able to access them directly, because then they could make changes that we don't want them to make. But we want to be able to read them, so that's what this does. This allows other scripts to be able to read the values, but they can't change it. So for example, when we want to build a building, we will check if we have enough resources. So we want to check, do we have enough wood? We can read the value, but we don't want to be able to write back to it directly. If something wants to update our resources, it needs to come through this function here. This allows us to control our access and make sure that nothing's accessing variables in a way we don't want them to. So we got that. More wood needed, me lord. That one's never going away, is it? It's absolutely brilliant. Oh man, I do not play that game much anymore, but I used to absolutely love that game as a kid. I want to be in caps, and that wants to be in lower. Int a metal, get return metal, and public int gold, get return. Oh man, I did like, oh wait, I remember for a short while, way back on my first ever YouTube channel, I did actually do a few videos where I was looking at community maps. Me and a friend looked at a few community maps for Stronghold 2. And there was one, like a few of them. Some folks made some maps that were recreation of sieges from Lord of the Rings. So there was like a Helm's Deep map that someone made. And then someone else made a Gondor map. However, the Helm's Deep one was... that was hilarious. That lagged really badly because it had so many archers and so many units in it. They really went over the top with it. And I remember, like, we were curious. So we played it twice. We played it once to just have a bit of fun. Then we thought, hang on, let's run it again. And this time we're not going to touch anything. We're not going to touch anything. And I can't remember if we actually lost or not. I think we might have found out that even if you sat and did nothing, you might actually win that map just because of the amount of archers you had. I might be misremembering. You might die, but I know it was close. Either way, it was like you really didn't have to do much to win that map. And it was laggy as hell, but it was still super cool. That was a really fun map. Let's see. So we will want to switch. We will check our type. So case resource type wood. Wood plus equals value. Break. Go case resource type stone. Stone plus equals value. break, case resource, metal plus equals value, break, break, and then case resource type, gold, gold plus equals value, break. So now, whenever we want to update resources, say like a villager like drops off some wood, we can have the villager call this script here that's going to be part of our village manager object, and that will update how many resources that we have. Even when it comes to build it, if we do something like build a building that costs resources, we can still call this. We just pass in a negative value. So if a building takes, I don't know, 100 wood to build, we pass in minus 100 because adding a negative value to a value is the same as subtracting it. So we can still use that for that. So let's see. This means we are going to want some buildings. As some buildings go want a reference to village manager, or at all buildings? It's probably easier if we just give every building a reference to village manager. Yeah, let's go with that. Not all entities will, because enemy raiders won't. Yeah, let's put it in building. Let's put it in building. So serialized field, header, internal game object, village manager OBJ. I get negative value to a positive value, it's like subtract it. Yeah, well, that's the thing. Like, it's one of those things where you don't typically think that way because that's not how we as people normally function. Like, that's the thing. Most people don't work that way. But we're working with computers that don't think like people. They work on pure logic. And if anyone can remember like their old math lessons, if you add a negative value, it is the same as subtracting. So, like, if I pull up a calculator and we do like 10 plus minus 5, it gets us 5. So it is the case, but it's not the way that people normally think. It's like the big difference between people and computers. And wait, what? Is that what my desktop background is on that much? Wait, what? Why is my desktop background set? What is that? Why is it? I mean... Okay, well, Windows is being a bitch again. It's right on my main monitor. But it should be a different image on all three of my monitors. I mean, they're all images from, they're all artwork done by B, but still. You keep saying that, and yet you're completely missing the point that when this happened in the video, when this was happening, Springs was stealing his gold. Like, she was literally stealing his gold. Why is everyone missing that? Oh. I used my power of hope to ignore these. Yeah, that sounds about right. That bloody well sounds about right. Right, let's see. Game objects and components. I mean, I'm not saying it'll never happen. You'll just have to wait and see. You'll just have to wait and see. Internal delete manager. Boom. Boom. Call it that minute. Right. We will give it its full name. Then we will do a internal virtual start. Void start. Come on, you're forgetting your return types here. Basic programming. If we've only got the one building prefab at the moment, so we're not going to set this for anything else. We come to our prefabs, buildings, fortress. I'm just gonna have to find it, isn't it? Actually, that's a good point. Probably do this a different way then. Will be the easiest way of doing it. Wait, what's good? Yeah, no, this is yeah, no. Add tag village manager. I was getting mixed up between two different things then. Right. That means we can actually scrap that for the moment. And village manager equals let's see, we are going to want to do a game object dot find with tag what? That is not what I wanted to pass in. No. Village manager dot get component. That wants to get the village manager component. So when our building is first created, it needs to get our player script, which bring up, I think, to make that a little bit easier. Make that a little bit easier. Go. Oops, my bad. There we go. So we're going to need to be able to get that at the start. And I use my power of hope to ignore these facts. Oh wait, I've already read that, haven't I? Bloody hell. I'm not paying attention much, am I? I'm not paying attention much. Alright, let's see. So now that we've got that. I'm tired, okay? I say that as an excuse for most things. Right. So now that we've actually got that, if we just yes, it was definitely me sneezing and not me drinking for my cup of tea at all. Definitely me sneezing. Right, okay, so now we've got those resources. We've got those buildings, places, the villagers, and if we come to our little dude here and enable, he still will wander towards the nearest zone and go towards the tree. Oh, we really need to. Where's our zone? We need to check. Right. Instead of returning that, let's do game object. Wait, no. Resource base. Nearest resource. They're equal to null to start off with. It shouldn't be equal to null at all when we
Surprise? I didn't become Materies' right-hand man for nothing, you know.
There we go. She worked herself free. Now the real question is Max going to have... Well, I was going to say, is Max going to have mercy on Lakea, but I guess I should have said, is he going to have mercy on me? You will be the right-hand for... I mean, how... Dude, you should have said that when you have Lakea caught. You can't do it now that she's free. You got the timing going wrong on that, dude. Oh. each resource base resource in resources. Boom, 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 boom. This is not going to be the best optimization, but sod it. It'll work for now. Optimize later on. If right, let's, in fact, no, they're making that null. Let's say it's equal to resources 0, just to make this bit of code a little bit easier. If what we go want to do, we're going to want to work out the distance for each. So let's do float distance nearest distance equals vector 3 dot distance. Gonna want to do position. No, not what? Why the fuck? What image are we dealing with here? Position. Why are you? Fucking stop auto-correcting to that. Oh, it's because I spelled position wrong up here. That's why. There we go. Right, position, and then that's going to want to be nearest resource dot transform dot position. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at the first one in the list first, just as a starting point. But then we're going to go through all the resources in the zone, and we're going to calculate the distance. And for each one, we're going to see if that one is closer than the one we've currently got stored. And if it is, we'll mark that as the one to return. Nearest resource. There we go. Hey, thank you very much for the copper. I will definitely take that. Thank you very much. So float distance equals vector b dot distance position resource dot transform dot position. If distance is less than nearest distance, then we want nearest resource to equal resource, and we want nearest distance equal distance. So it'll keep running through the list. Once we've got to the end of the list, we should have the one that's closest. So now, if we run this again, we'll just roughly eyeball this, but we should be able to... Ooh. What's that? 14. What line is that? I forgot to give it its tag. Oops. There we go. Right. Now let's run that. Mind intentions be shit. You really are. On one hand, you're like, I will be the right... I mean, no, to be fair, it works. Trying to catch Lakea while trying to bribe me. It makes sense. It makes sense. Right, okay, so now, if we enable this guy, he should go to the nearest tree. Where is he going? He's going to this one. Yeah, that looks about right. Awesome. So, yeah, that works. And that didn't look like it hurt performance too badly. I'm just going to remove this because I want to get rid of the... where's that gone? There it is. I want to get rid of the stats thing for now. Right. Right. In fact, you know what? We actually don't need the game view for the moment. So, we'll slot that down here because we don't really need it. Because it'll keep turning to it every time we run, and I don't actually know how to disable that. Yeah, there we go. There's got to be a way to disable that, right? Unity, disable, put your game tab on play. There's got to be a way to do that. Surely. It would be nice if they had an option to automatically, when running, drag it off screen. Yeah, but then you still end up... you already... let's see. Correctly remove the switching. Really? What? Okay. Nope. Focus. Hey! Scene view focus. Aha! Okay. That's something to keep in mind then, but we'll come back to that in a bit. Anyway, so now we know we're getting the closest tree. Let's see. So that's working as intended. So we'll close that off. It might want some optimizations later on, but for now, that's working absolutely fine. So let's come back to our villager. Now our villager, not our villager, our state, it's our resource collection state. This needs some updating because at the moment, all we're doing is telling it to get the closest zone and get the closest tree and go to that. Not much that. So, hey, nice job hitting level 17 there, Wolf Warrior. Nice job hitting level 17. So, let's make a enum. Let's go. We're gonna need enum. What are we doing? The gathering state. So we're going to want traveling to resource. Gathering resource and depositing resource. So within our little state machine, there's going to be a couple of things it can be doing. We can be traveling to where we need to get to, so when we're going to the tree, gathering, so when we're actually cutting down the tree, and then depositing the resources where we've taken what we've got and taken them back to storage. How many monsters was that? Over 1,300? Nice. I used toilet paper for every... What the fuck is that, bro? I don't remember saying that. Oh, man. Yeah, we don't need the PMG tuber anymore. Hey, to be fair, I moaned about it, but that PMG tuber served as well. That PMG tuber served as well. And I'm not going to complain about it anymore. Okay? I'm still pretty happy with it. I'll probably still use the PMG tuber in videos. I might use the VTuber model for certain things, but we'll see. We'll see. Alright, anyway, so we are up here going to want a gathering state. Private gathering state. Boom, boom, boom. PMG is still there, but yeah, the VTuber model is awesome, and there's still a lot that we can play around with it. There's still a lot that we can play around with it. So let's see. Right, the state equals traveling to resource. So on our refresh, we are going to want to switch our state. So case gathering state. Gathering state dot gathering resources. If yeah, okay, so we've got that. So we're just gonna break for the moment. Yes, gathering resources, gathering resource, break, case, gathering resources, depositing, break. There we go. Take the sword to elevated now. It's a I mean, it is a pretty big sword, this. This is a pretty big sword. Actually, I've just realized You keep saying you take the sword. I can set it up so that you can take the sword now. I can make that like a channel redeem. I'll have to look at doing that. I don't want to fill up too many channel redeems because like you can only have so many, but that could be a fun one to have. It honestly, actually, that would pair well with the net. When you use the net, like if I have it so that the net is added in like here, VTube Studio, like I said, I could get it so that it removes the sword and drop the net on me, I think. I'll check that out because that would make sense in my mind. That would make sense in my mind. Ooh, let's see, what was that meant to be? Traveling. There we go. Right, so so we are going to want a check for how far we are from it. If we're traveling to the resource, we are going to want some extra functions for this. So private void, traveling to resource. Then we want another one for void, gathering resource. And then another one, private void, depositing. Is that how you spell depositing? Yeah, it is now. Depositing resource. Right, okay. You know, when some cartoons has a thick cloud that causes the mouth to animate the entire mustache moving? Oh, that, yeah, that makes sense. And it works well enough. Would be fun to see something like that on the video. That could be kind of fun. We'll see. The main challenge with stuff like that is like, I obviously don't have a lot of art skill. And now there's like a VTube model, it's a lot harder to like be able to get anything to work. So I'd have to like talk to Jade about it and stuff like that. But we can definitely like look at stuff. Like we'll try and figure it out. That would be an absolute laugh. Make it a full bushy beard. Make it a full bushy beard. I do normally have a bit of a beard, and it's normally more trim than that. I don't have like full forest beard, but I do have facial hair. It works, you know. Look, it's the closest thing I'm gonna get to real fur. Okay, leave me alone. Especially now that I don't have as much on top of the head. Right, let's see. So this wants to be traveling to resource. That wants to be gathering resource. And then this wants to be depositing resource. Okay. So while we're entering, we've already heading towards our resource. So here we already have a target. We'll check if the target is still there. Make sure that's not gone. And we'll check if we're close. Okay. Yeah, maybe check that out. Were they successfully able to log in? Like, just maybe double check your credentials, everything there, dude. It's always a bit alarming when you see something like that, isn't it? Hope it's all okay, bud. Wait, no, that's input. We want traveling to resource. So if, let's see, it's target, isn't it? Yeah. Target is not equal to null. And, let's see. If target is equal to null, actually, we need to find a new, find a zone. Basically need to rerun all this. So, private. Boom. Done. Find nearest resource. That should be a resource base. Might as well do some updating. Takes a lot of weight. So if your difficulty, you want to challenge me? All right then. Let's see what you've got. Yeah, never gonna happen, Carly. Yeah, might be worth just resetting all your... I mean, I want to be mad, but poor Lakea, the last few days, poor Lakea has really had it out. Hey, Carly, how you doing? Yeah, definitely, like, update your passwords and that, Max. Definitely give that a look. Oh, man. Poor Lakea has been tied to this stick of dynamite twice. She's been tied to the tree 4 times. She's, like, been beaten up twice. All in the span of 2 streams. Wow, this poor woman is having a bad time. Like, she's having a bad start to 2026. If this is what you guys have in store for her for 2026, the poor Lakea is in for a long year. How are you doing, Carly? Hope you're keeping well. Right, so that, let's see, so... we're going to want to stay target zone who's find nearest zone. That's going to want type. Oh man, and then do all this. Copy all that, we can update it. Oh, it's one, that's why, oops. Type. So that'll update that. And if target there, target is equal. Target is equal to null, and just return null. Target return null. Elf. Let's see. Return target. Yo. Yeah, maybe get in contact with Instagram support and stuff like that, because something's dodgy is going on there. Something dodgy is definitely going on with that, bud. Like, they're clearly not able to get in if you're still getting that email on repeat, but it's definitely worth getting in contact with Instagram. Right, so now here on enter, let's do that instead. Boom. Yeah, I never said they were great, unfortunately, but it's always worth doing. Because the thing is, if you don't do it and something happens and you have to talk to them later on, they'll say, well, why didn't you talk to us sooner? Unfortunately, it's one of those gotta jump through the hoops kind of things. Because, really? Why am I not surprised? A lot of these companies will like take down stuff like that because it's not. They say it's against the rules and that, but it's like your terms of service literally. You know, we're not getting into that conversation right now. I really cannot be asked. But yes, it does not surprise me. Sorry to hear that though, bud. Right, so that finds our target. If target, if target equals no, then we want to do a creature dot assign new state, new idle state for now. Creature. Hey, still love this bit of artwork. Neotat did an incredible job with this. Have you known Carly? I got this one a while ago. Probably like a year and a bit. It's been a while. But it is one of my favorite. I absolutely love this piece. It's the only one I've got so far of Materies using the Woodland's blessing at the moment. And like really caught that vibe. Really caught that vibe. Right, elf. State equal gathering state dot traveling to resource and creature dot set agent destination target dot transform. Yeah, we've got a lot of art in that redeem now. Let's have a quick look, shall we? How many have we got? Python. Oh, I've also sorted out Lakea's Blue Sky. It's not got all the stuff back on it yet, but like she'll repost artists and that again now. I'll get the others in at a later date. Let's see what we're doing. Random art. So on the art side, we've got 24. And then we've got like 18 on the story side. So EJ can't type their own email address. Waiting for mail, not getting it. Yeah, that's another good point. I kind of forgot. I'm always assuming people have 2FA or MFA enabled already. But if you haven't got that, definitely get it enabled. It's a big thing for security, that one. Also, good to see you, Jeevius. How you doing, bud? Hope you're keeping well. Right, there we go. So if target is equal to null, then we want to do the target is equal to find this resource. Target is equal. Target is equal to find nearest source type we're already in the correct state, so we don't need to do anything for that. You want to do feature dot set agent destination target dot transform dot position. So it's used by cackled on diet. Oh yeah, no, I mean mistyping's easy, especially because I know quite a number of you use the Twitch mobile app, which one, small phone pad screen's not the easiest to type on. Two, BitChap is shit. All these days I'm gonna get in trouble for bashing Twitch as I do, but oh well. Let's see. So else. This is gonna be another else if. Else if vector 3 dot distance creature dot transform. Remember the transform first. Target dot transform dot is less than let's not hard code this here at least. We'll set it up here. Const private village. No, actually, we'll put it in village. Would it be in villager? No, probably entity, because we can use the reach for other things as well. So it can be in creature base. Creature properties. Serialized field. Internal float. Reach. I love when people notice stuff like that. Often I do. Oh, that's brilliant. Would have been even funnier on purpose. Now Genius is going to try and like capture us all out with it. Just see if we notice. Did some security revamp some changes? Awesome. Glad to hear it, dude. It's like I said, it is alarming. It's definitely worrying when you see stuff like that. But if you've got your 2FA, you've got it all checked out, you should be good, hopefully. Right, okay, so that sets our reach. So if we're going to want to have something to be able to read that on. So, add a region for public. Oh, public reads. End region. So here we want a public float reach. No, not as a function. Get return reach. There we go. Now, if we come back here, in here we can do creature dot reach. That can also be equal to. Get rid of that semicolon. We don't want that. That's wrong syntax. Then here we want to change our state to equal we can stop the creature moving, which we can do by just passing in the creature's own position. Creature dot transform dot position. That'll stop it moving. Then we can change our state to what would it be? Gathering resource. And we can also call gathering resource so that it does a round on this turn. If you're taking something to another place, you go through a tunnel, would that make you an undertaker? I think you're forcing that one a little bit. Sorry, bud. Not quite. Anyway, so that should get us to traveling to resource. Right, so now if we come to gathering resource. So if we're running this once every 10 seconds, 10 times a second in theory, we don't want to be able to we don't want to be able to gather resources like that would be like 10 a second, which is not what we want. And it is storing it as an int because we don't want it as a float. So we probably want to set up a progress that we can track. Let's see. So, private int. No, if we track time.time, can we track time.time? No, because I don't think we have access to time.del. Oh, wait, do we? No, that's system time, isn't it? That's gonna be system time. That's not gonna work. I have a friend called Jack. He trades all sorts of markets. Jack of all trades. Okay, that one was a little bit better. That worked. If you steal from a seller, you must be... You know what? I think I preferred it when you were catching me in Lakea. The puns are awful. Anyway, right. Gathering resource. We're gonna want to tick up effectively. So we can't track the delta time because we haven't got access to Unity's thing in here because I don't want to have to import mono. So while this would not be right if you've got lower frame rates, I think I will just have it track the refreshes. So that'll do. So private. Oh, hello. Gathering. Progress. Oop, that should be int. We should have another one. Let's see. We could make it specific per resource, actually. Nah, that's probably going into too much detail. We won't do that. Hey, Frog Miners, good to see you, buddy. How you doing? Welcome on in. Is this spaghetti? Fucking feels like it. It's not the worst code I've ever written, but neither is it the best. Make of that what you will. Yeah. Const private int gather refresh target equals 10. Why is it not liking that? Is it because it a value is provided? Type expect. You've got a type. Okay, I don't know why it doesn't like that, but it is not liking that. My weak arms are heavy, mum spaghetti. All right, Eminem, rap god. Right, and then we'll do down here private and gather refresh progress. So before we call gathering resource, do gather refresh progress equals 0. Make sure that's zeroed off. Then gathering resource, we'll do gathering refresh progress plus plus if gathering refresh progress is equal to gather refresh target, then we need to reset gathering progress equals 0. Creature dot we need to determine what resource the creature's carrying. Villager carry capacity. Serialize. Can we serialize tuples? I don't know if we can serialize tuple. Probably not, but we'll give it a go. Private tuple. Int. No. That resource type. Then int. Carrying. Okay. Do we need to be importing an extra using system? There we go. There we go. Genius stacking up as viewer attacks there. Let's see if that's serialized. I don't think we can serialize tuples. No, we can't serialize tuples. Dang it. Ah, come on, Unity. Catch up. Oh well. Just means we can't see it here. Not the end of the world. Not the end of the world. We could make it its own class and then serialize the class. That might be better. Let's do that. Be a pretty small class, but it'll do it. Let's see. Create folder data. Villager carrying. There we go. That's probably not a great name, but fuck it, that's what we're calling it. Could be worse, like the other Jack, who knows deals in a lot of wood. Would that make him a lumberjack? Minor chuckle on that one. Minor chuckle. Right, so we want to keep more developing. We want a private int, private resource type, and then we want a private int value, value. Yeah. Let's see. We'll want to do a public. And this time we'll want get 6 so that we can like update it. Are we gonna want to update both? Probably not actually, no. We're not gonna want to update both. A villager carrying, we'll set the resource type here so they can only be set once on creation. This dot type equals type. And then we'll have the value be able to be incremented. Okay. Let's go with that. So public resource type type. Yeah. What the? Why have you done? Whoa. Why have we now gone to that? Thank you. Yep. Yes. And return type. So that we can read, but we can't set it. Public int value. Get return value. So we can only set the type when we create an instance of this, and to increment value, void increment value, because it's only going to be going up in steps of 1. So value plus plus. Should we have this check with villager carrying? Might be an idea. Make sure it can't go over. Let's see. That's in village. I cannot spell. Villager. And you do private villager. Boom, and then this dot villager equal villager. And here we're going to do if value plus 1 less than equal to villager dot carry. Okay. Oh, we haven't set up the hashtag region. What did we call it in the Public reads. Public reads. Did I not? I did. Like end region. And public int carry capacity. Get return carry capacity. Go and back carrying villager dot carry capacity. Then we can increment value if in fact, let's change this little. Do value plus plus. Then let's change this to a bool so that we can see if we're successfully be able to carry more. Return true. If not, return false. Return false. I don't know why I typed value there. That was clearly not right. There we go. So, that affects that. There, so we're gonna want to go eat something. Be right back. Gonna look. No worries. Thanks, Max. We're close enough. Go on to set a new. Go on to set a new thing for the creature. Creature. Go on to form function. But this doesn't want to be in creature bit because creatures aren't gonna have a thing for this. This is gonna want to be in villager bit. We could have probably updated this to be a villager because only villagers gonna have this. Oh well. Oh wait, no, because yeah. No, never mind. Talking out my ass. So we're going on to thanks for the alert, Max. Public void update carry capacity. So we're going to want to boom increment either make a new instance of villager carrying. Serialize villager carrying. We'll call this inventory. I should have just called it inventory, but oh well. But fuck it, it's not too late for us to rename this to inventory. 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 Go. Then in here we'll rename this. Rename inventory. That back open again. Come on. Yeah. Inventory. There we go. Update inventory. So boom. We are going to want to either create a new carry capacity. Or should that be a different function? Could probably be a different function. The public void create new inventory. Let's go on resource type. We should probably new region for inventory here. Inventory. Hashtag end region. Go. So this is going to want to make inventory equal new inventory using type. And that's going to want a reference to this as well. This. There we go. That's then got access to villager. Yeah, good. The update inventory. This wants to be a bool because we're going to call it from resource collection, but we need to check if we actually can increment the value in int value. So inventory dot increment value. Did I make that? That should be a capital I. Oops. Down here, capital I. Increment value. Boom, 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 boom. So, bool success. We don't even need to store that actually. We can just do a return. There we go. So, if we are unable to update the inventory, that means the carry capacity has been reached. So if we come back over here, actually, if we save all this, now we should be able to. We go to villager. Inventory, yeah, there we go, none. So if we come back here, gathering refresh progress equals 0. We can do a bool. Success equals what was it? Going to need to for the sake of this state, we're going to want a different reference to creature. Go want the reference to him as the villager. I don't want to have to pass it every time. That'd be a little bit silly. So, well, I don't think passing's that resource intensive, but still, why do that shit? Villager. We don't need to do that every time. So down here we do that. Let's see. And we do villager equals nope, that's not what I want. Villager creature. So, because villager inherits from creature base, we've been using creature base because we might have other creatures. Like when we do the attacking creatures, they're not going to be villagers. They're still going to use a lot of the same properties, but they're going to be slightly different. And they'll still be using some of these states, so we want to use the higher level. But this state isn't going to be open to any of those. It's only going to be open to villagers. So, because we need some villager-specific properties, and we know it's only going to be used by villagers, we can store a reference and just pass it into the villager subtype. So, with that, we can now do creature dot nope, not that one. Villager dot update inventory. So if we were successful, we'll carry on. If we weren't successful, we'll carry on. We'll go back to depositing resources. Another reason that we might be unsuccessful is if we've finished mining, if we're finished cutting down the tree or whatever, then we're done. We're done so. Oh, that's a good point. We need to actually try and get a resource from our target. So let's comment this out for a moment. Now we want to go to our resource. So we need to close some. Close fortress, close build, close random terrain, close enums, close entity base. Right, okay, so where's our resource base? Prefabs, sources, resource base, here we go. So, boom, we are going to want to be able to decrease value. Let's see. Public void value. Public void. Decrease resource. Just gonna let it be the 1, although I should probably allow me to pass in more. Yeah, we'll do a int value. Yeah, we'll stick with that. Maybe change some of this. Additional. Just because we could say it to 1 later on. What's the additional value plus equals additional. And villager int value. That's in value. And here, we'll hard code it to 1 here for now, but everywhere else will be set up to allow us to update it more easily later on. So set that to 1 for the moment. These value. Let's do an int return on this, and the reason I'm going to say an int return is for the sake of if say we will remove 5 resources, if the tree's only got 3 resources left, we can't return 5. We can only get 3 resources from it, and we want to signal that. So let's see. If value is greater than or equal to sources. I can't spell resource. Leave that value, and this can be decrease if value greater than or equal to decrease. Then we can just do value minus equal decrease, then return decrease. If not, else. We don't want to return decrease yet, because what if we need to destroy the game object? That's a good point. I didn't think that one through, did I? Because if we get to 0, we'll destroy the game object after they're done, so that they can't come back and get more. So that's something to bear in mind. This probably wants a reference to the zone that it's in as well. So that's something to bear in mind. Okay. It's this is gonna be 1 prefab, yeah. 2, yeah. 4. Where's this called? 279. 1. Oh, that's at start, and then it's in update. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Boom. No, 1, 2. I think this one too, aren't we? We'll just do. I can always refactor that later on then. Just do value minus equals decrease. And then we'll do a private void. Destroy resource. So if value less than equal to 0, so if there's nothing left, we want to destroy this resource because there's nothing left. But we can't just destroy the game object because the zone it's in and that is going to have reference to it. So we need to remove it from the zone's resource list. Right. So for that, we're going to want to come here. So we're going to want a new public void. We make a thing here, region spawn resource. Then here, region, end region. So that's our region for spawning a resource. Then here, we'll have another region for remove. We probably don't need a region for this one. Public void remove resource because it's just going to be a single function. And this is going to want us to pass in a resource base. Resource. So we will want to do a resources.remove resource. So that will allow us to remove it from that list, which is what we're using to like find the resources and track how many resources this zone has. But we're still going to need to do more refactoring because we're going to need a reference. Internal zone base zone so that we can call that function. We need a reference to the zone that it's in so we can call that function. So public void initialize, and we'll pass in zone base the zone, and we can do this dot zone equals zone. There we go. And then to call that, if we go back to zone base, when we spawn the resource, spawn.instantiate, we can do spawn.getComponent, getComponent resource base dot initialize, oops, my bad, this. Go. So that will mean we've got reference to the zone. Now we can do zone dot remove resource this. That will update the zone list Now we can destroy the game object. Destroy this .game object. That will destroy the object that the script is attached to. So if we've got like a tree, if we've taken all the wood from the tree, there's no tree left, we destroy the tree. There we go. What's that going to do to our resource collection? So here, we need to actually do let's see. We're going to want to check that what we're digging at is still there. Private void set target. We're setting a new target. Copy this. Set new target. Rather than rewriting it, which will do target equals find nearest resource and sets the destination. Traveling to resource here. Do the same again. We can just call set new target. Yeah. Set new target. When we first enter, we set a new target. When we're traveling, if it ends up being null, we set a new target. And then gathering the if target is equal to null, else. So if the target is not equal to null, we want to like gather from it. If the target is equal to null, let's see. Let's check if we're carrying anything. So we're gonna want it an inventory villager. Public inventory count get return inventory dot value. So what we're going to do is, because we might have multiple people, say there might be multiple villagers cutting down the same tree. So one of them might cut down, and that might be the last of the tree. And now the other one needs to know that the tree's gone in as well. Now, if they've already got some resources, let's say they've got like half inventory, we can tell them to go drop off what they have got at the storage, and then they can go look for another tree, as opposed to like just wandering around getting confused or losing resources that they have harvested. So if backed by popular demand. Say, I think a certain chief ranger might not have you as her most popular person right now. Especially the way you've been treating the last few streams. Bloody hell. Maximus actually living up to the pirate name. Right, if villager dot inventory count is greater than 0, Then we want to, let's see, we want to not set a new target. We want to move state to gathering state, depositing resource, and we'll want to move to actually deposit the resource. Let's see, we're going to want to call depositing resource. Else we are going to want to change our state to, because we're just going to need to look for a new resource, so like a new tree to cut down. Traveling to resource. Set new target, which means we're just going to want to set new target. She doesn't appreciate your hard work. Hard work is questionable. I mean, you're certainly hard work to deal with, that's for sure. Anyway, so set new target. Let's see. Probably change this to set new target resource. You love it, really, Max? You love it, really? Because now we're gonna want a new one for. Damn it! You are out for blood tonight, aren't you? Set new target. Storage. See. I want a reference to the nearest storage building. Let's see. Set new target resource. Before we move on to that bit, let's make sure our gathering's all ready. The refresh progress equals 0. We want to do target dot decrease resource, which we'll just set to 1 now, and then we want to do villager dot traveling to resource. Oh, we never actually set villager dot create new inventory, and that's gonna want a type. Ah, I'm not surprised, Max. I wonder why that might be, eh? I wonder why that might be. That sets a new inventory type before we start gathering resource. So now if we do villager.update inventory, the inventory in value, yeah. Value. Oh, that just wants to be 1 for now. Okay, so that updates the inventory, decrease resource in inventory. Anything else? Yeah. If villager or inventory count inventory is full. Inventory public inventory inventory is full, is get return. This is gonna be best way of doing this is if inventory dot value equals carry capacity. If it does equal carry capacity, it's full. If oh, hang on, I'm missing some parentheses. If they do equal the same thing, then it's full. If they don't equal the same thing, then it's not full. So there we go. So if inventory is full, then we need to call set new target, set storage target. Let's move that. Set target storage. That make it a little bit cleaner on the code. There we go. Right. So then it'll be depositing resource. Target resource. Yeah. That's just going to be moving towards though. And it's going to be the same thing here. Okay. So set new target storage is we're going to want a reference to store the storage now. So private building base storage. First thing we'll want to do after this is we're going to want to set target equal to null, so we're clearing that off for now. We no longer need reference to that. I don't want it getting confused later on. And we're going to want to go to the list of our buildings and find out where the nearest storage build is. Getting our idea of Ranger recreation. Here's Johnny. I've not seen The Shining. I've not seen The Shining, so I have no idea what that scene is. I know it's like quite a popular or like quite a well-known like early horror movie type thing, but never seen it myself. I'm not normally one for horror movies, so... Alright, anyway, so set new target storage. The target equals null. We are going to want to get a list of buildings that can get get the nearest building that can store certain resource. So let's village manager probably wants to do it there. Can share a brief clip there for added context. Probably find subject. Yeah, probably. Stick a link in the Discord if you've got one. I'll check out after the stream or tomorrow morning. Right. Boom, boom. Let's see. So we come to village manager. We're going to want a list of buildings here. So serialized build village header no, put it under the here I think now. Resources and buildings, and I'll do a list building space buildings So we are going to want a public void add building building base building. Also go want one for removing buildings later on. Void remove building building base building. So buildings dot remove building add building buildings dot add building. There we go. Let's see. So now, because I want to go to our resources. Oh, tips. No, that's not that one. This. Yeah, there we go. Because this places down our starting building, so we're going to want this to we're going to need to give it a reference to our village manager. Serialized field, private game object, village manager, WJ. Let's give it a reference to that. Village manager. Then we are going to, when it instantiates that game object fortress equals instantiate. Why is it not liking that? What? There we go, that's why. And then we want to do what is it? We want to do a village manager obj dot get component village manager. Does it not like that? Have I misspelled it? Oh, I've put villager, that's why. Dot add building. And that wants fortress dot get component building base. There we go. So that will now add that fortress that our terrain adds to our list. So let's just double check this. If we go on Village Manager now, we can see Building 0. If we run this, it'll need a minute to load, of which the stream will freeze for a moment because it's only being hit real hard. Hey, there we go. Fortress clone. Okay, that's good. That's good. We seem to be making some progress. Not really into our movies either. Just know that scene really well. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I will probably recognize like images or snapshots from it because yeah, memes are a thing. I feel like memes are probably the one internet thing that are never gonna go away at this point. They may evolve over time, but I don't think they're going away anytime soon. So. Right, okay, so now that we have that, let's make a region for buildings. In an end region, there we go. Oh, why is it? Go, do that. And then let's do a region for resources. Region for resources. Hashtag end region. Normally put them in like their own region reads end region, just so that we can keep everything a little bit easier to read and such. So we'll close the resources for now. Natural part of humanity, yeah, pretty much. So let's see. Now we go on a public building base. Find nearest resource storage. Go on passing a resource type. So that we know by type. Now we'll be able to do it like that. Okay. So for this one, we're going to want to loop through our list of all our buildings. But we're looking at, I still haven't figured out what we're making. This is a project I started while I was visiting family over Christmas. I was going to work on other things, but I was having issues with Blender, so I couldn't. That's part of the reason why this is just solid color, low poly. But also, I think it works. It's a nice style anyway. It's an idea I've had for a short while, where, you know, you've got games like Marbles on stream and stuff, where you guys join in using !join, but then the game just runs itself. Like, the streamer doesn't play it, you guys don't play it, it just kind of does its own thing. This is going to be the same kind of thing, but it's going to be a kind of wave defense game. So it's going to be a village. The villages is going to be Twitch chat. So every time someone does !join, it creates a new villager. So the more people in chat you have, the more villages you can get, the more you can build. And the game will assign the villagers like tasks like gathering resources, building buildings, stuff like that. But after a short period, there's going to be attackers coming in and attacking the village. And the attacks are going to get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And effectively, it's a case of how many waves of attacks can you hold out for, is the idea. So obviously, the more folks you've got in the chat, the faster you can build up, and the more people you've got to defend your village. So the longer you can last. How long I'll work on it, I don't know. But it's an idea I've had for a short while. And I figured it could be a bit of fun. Because my issue with stuff like Marbles and stuff like that, aside from like sort of stupid implementations they've got in particular for the Marbles game, is that it's kind of samey. Like, it's very much, once you've kind of, like, I know you can get different maps and that for Marbles, but for the most part, it's the same thing. So, for me at least, it feels like it can get kind of old pretty quick. So, this at least is something that adds a lot more variance. Like, with random terrain, different people, like, you can, like, mix it up. You can change it so there's, like, more variance from run to run. You could add stuff with redeems and that as well, yeah. Like, that would be much later down the line. Like I said, I don't know how much I'm going to work on this, but that is absolutely the kind of thing that you can build in. Like, this is the kind of game that would allow for more, like, interactivity from chat if people want to influence it more. Like, again, the streamer's not going to do anything. The streamer's effectively just going to be a cameraman, like, panning around the game. But, like, it's just one of those where it's like, it's going to be a Twitch Idol game, but a Twitch Idol game that doesn't necessarily get boring after you've done one run of it. Like, so that's the idea. Extra defenses, buff the attack. Yeah, stuff like that. You could build in so much more. Like, there's a lot more you could do with it. So, but we'll see how far we get. We'll feel that after I've gone and made a cup of tea, because I'm trying to need toilet. And so we'll figure out this little function after that. But yeah, like, that's the idea of this one. I figured it would be a bit of fun. It's not going to be, like, anything especially big. Whether I'll actually release it or not, don't know. For now, it's a bit of fun. like, we'll see how much work, how much I get done on it. I do love the idea of like going, oh yeah, I'm gonna release it, I'll post it on Steam and stuff like that. But the fact is that takes a lot of time and effort. I don't know if I'll have the time to like put in the polish it would need. But at the very least, it's a bit of a fun project for now. So, hey, glad you like the idea of it, dude. Anyway, let's have a quick break there because I am needing toilet. So if you guys want to grab a drink, go to toilet, anything like that, now is your chance. And we'll be back in a few moments. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's get started with this then. So, we're going to want to have a reference for... Gee, I wonder why that might be, Max. Gee, I wonder why that might be. Fucking poor Lakea. I mean, poor me as well. I've had a rough time of it, but Lakea in particular, like 2 hours in the last 2 streams, she spent tied to a tree because of you. Right, so building. And we'll make this equal to the buildings 0 as the first, but if buildings dot count is equal to 0, then return null, because there's no buildings there. In fact, do we even need to do it that way? Like, hang on, let me have a look at something. Let me have a think on something real quick. Would it be in zone? My nearest resource. Yeah, because of how we've done it. Because yeah, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Let's see. So village manager. For each building base building in buildings. Let's change so these names real quick. Right, let's see. Look. Nearest distance. Let's do this more sense. Let's do this more sense. Oh no, we're doing it the way. Nearest building equals vector b. Oh, we actually don't want to do it this way, actually. No, because if we do it this way, we could end up with a build that can't accept this resource. So instead, okay, building base nearest building equals null. In theory, the top building of the list would be the fortress that can accept all resource types anyway. But in the off chance that it can't, we'll set that to null. If nearest building equals null, is not equal to null. Else nearest building equals building. So for our first iteration, we're just going to take the first building, return nearest building, and we're defaulting to null, so if there's no buildings in there, it's still null. Let's see. So nearest building is not equal to null. We're going to want to do float distance. Let's get the distance between. We're going to want position as well, actually. Vector 3 position. We need the position that we're checking the distance to. Equals vector 3 dot distance between the position and building dot transform dot position, and if let's see, if distance is less than oh, hang on, no, we need another check first. We need to check if this before we do any of that, we need within building base. Where's building base? Do we have building base open? We don't have building base up. We need to check what that one. Oh, whatever. We'll deal with that in a sec. It's in the function we're currently working with. Building base. We need to check. The hashtag region like reads hashtag end region public void public. Oh, this one's gonna have to be a function actually. Public bool. It could be a no, come on. Right. Public bool accepts resource resource type. Okay, so if accepts resources dot contains type, we do a return on this. So what we're doing with this one is every building has a list of resources it can accept. Now, for a lot of buildings, this will be nothing because some of them just can't accept resources for storage. But ones that do, like, I don't know, say a lumberjack, has a list of the types, and we're checking if a given resource is in that list. So that's what we're doing here. So if we come back here, we can do if building dot accept resource, we get type, then we can do what we need to do. So now we can do if build is equal to null, if not, do that. If it is not equal to null, then we need to check the distance. Let's see, float nearest distance equal float dot max value. Now, so that now we need to do float distance equals vector. Now we will check that distance between the position and the building position, because now we know that the building we're looking at accepts the resource we want. I should probably, not right now, but later on, it'll probably be worth. Now we'll do it now because it's actually a fairly easy one to do. Serialize field list buildings base resource building. Let's make a list for buildings that are specifically resource driven. So when we add one, we can do if building dot Go back to building base. Recreate the public int count, and that is going to return count hashtag 3 reads hashtag read. So what I'm doing here is I'm making a slight edit. Instead of looping through all the buildings, which we could do, that would work, but that's a lot more CPU power. Not all buildings are going to accept resources. So what's the point of checking buildings that don't accept a resource? We might as well only check buildings that we know will accept a resource. Are floats more demanding performance-wise than integers? Would it be more efficient to measure distance to a small unit, or would it basically be the same? I couldn't say for 100% certain off the top of my head. I would need to check to know exactly. But I will say that it most likely doesn't matter. I probably could get a more performant data type if I wanted. However, it's one of those you're talking about such a small level of difference that realistically it's not likely to make much difference. When you're talking about complexity of processing data types, you're better off talking at a class level. When you're talking about quite complex classes like this, that's when you can start thinking about it. But at your lower levels, I don't think floats are technically a primitive. I'd have to check. They might be a primitive. But either way, it's a very small amount. I want to Google it and do research to check. But the short answer is there's probably a more efficient way technically, but the reality is it doesn't matter. It's one of those things where it's if you want to be technically fully optimized, instead of using integers, I could probably use S bytes for some of this stuff and things like that. Hey, Normable, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on into Woodland Rangers. S bytes being a number, it caps out at 256. That only uses 8 bits of memory compared to the 32 bits that your standard integer uses. So I technically would be saving memory. But then I'd be dealing with the limitations of only being able to go up to 256 in that value. And the reality is, for most desktop PCs, we don't need to worry about that. It's a case of understanding your target platform. In this case, because we're targeting, in theory, we would be targeting a gaming rig. We can assume that we don't need to try and justify 32-bit integers instead of an 8-bit integer. But there are indications where you would need to consider stuff like that. For example, embedded microchips. If you're working in embedded technologies, you might be working with chips that might only have 12, 16 kilobytes of data, or only half a thing of whatever RAM. So it's very much understanding the platform you're targeting. Speaking of, did you depends, which news is this? Is this the GPU prices? No, let me guess, are they going up again? From 2K, 5K. Okay, I'm not surprised they've gone up because this is Nvidia, let's be honest. But to increase them by 250%, Even by Nvidia's standards, that is absolute fucking bullshit. Fucking hell. Yeah, Monopoly shenanigans, you are not wrong. You are not wrong. That is ridiculous. That is absolutely ridiculous. They don't, no, they really don't. They really don't. Like, they've got some small defenses in regards to like the whole like chips just generally getting more expensive. But at the same time, Nvidia hikes their prices way more than like anyone puts pressure on them to. They don't have to raise it so much. They do it because they can. Fucking hell, they're cutting production by 40%. Yeah, it's absolutely reduced in reply then high prices. Yeah, it's actually ridiculous. Oh yeah, we're gonna like cut our production by up to 40%, but we're gonna raise our prices by like 250%. Yeah. So we're gonna be doing like less work, but we're expecting to get more money for it. So yeah, pay up, assholes. Yeah, fuck you. Like fucking dickheads. Bloody hell. Absolutely just fucking ridiculous. Anyway, so resource buildings. So if building dot accepts resource count is greater than 0, then resource buildings dot add a building, and then we'll want to do the same here. If build no, instead of doing it that way, do it safer. If resource buildings dot contains building, will be safer on this one. We'll do resource buildings dot remove building. There we go. Now, instead of looping through all the buildings, we'll just loop through all the resource buildings, just to save that little bit of performance. Because the thing here is, it's not so likely going to be an issue at the start when you've only got a couple of buildings. But thinking long term, I don't know how many buildings could be in here. So if you're starting to loop through a lot of buildings, we're just doing extra computation for no reason. We're not going to necessarily have lists for every single type of building, but we'll have like a few different ones that may be able to help optimize a little bit. Anyway, so if we distance, so we've got the distance. So if the distance to the current building is less than the distance to the building we're currently referencing, then we want to reference the new building. So nearest building equals building. Then nearest distance equals distance. So by the time we finish going through this loop, we should have the buildings closest to this given position, and we can return that. I've forgotten what we were calling this from. Was it resource collection? I think it was, wasn't it? Yeah, here we go. So here we are going to want to do storage equals we were literally just referencing it. Do we have a reference to? Got a reference to villager. We don't currently have a reference to. Yeah, we're gonna need a reference to village manager. So let's do a private village manager, and then to get that we'll do village manager equals game object dot find with tag village manager. There we go. So no, that's not what we want. Get component village manager. There we go. Because we want the component. We want the script component on the object, not the object itself there. So now we can come back down here and do a village manager got find nearest resource storage by type. So this will find us that nearest building. I don't like that. Why does it not like that? Storage building base. Oh, we need the position. Yes. Creature dot transform dot position. Got to pass it in. It kind of needs that. Hang on. So now we've got the position of the nearest building. We need to set that as our target. So we need to do creature dot set agent destination to our target. I've just also had a thought. We're currently checking based on villager reach, but that's going to be the center of a game object, and the buildings are going to be a bit bigger than that, so they might not actually be able to get that close. Distant creature reach. Think about that. Let's think about that. Well, okay, we'll come back to that in a minute. Set agent destination, storage dot transform dot position. So that gets us moving towards that now, which is. Oh wait, no. Yeah, we've got to actually check if we've got somewhere. Let's see. Storage equals no. Creature dot assign new state, a new idle state. Creature form. Let's set agent destination. Else. Okay. Make a little bit of a mess of this syntax, but fuck it. The equals gathering state depositing resource. There we go. So that'll get us there. So now that'll set us to that. So if villager.inventory is full, we want to just set new target storage. Boom. Okay. Now depositing resource is going to be similar to traveling to resource. We're going to keep checking if storage isn't equal to null, just in case it gets destroyed or whatever. If storage equals null, then if it is equal to null, we're not going to look for a new resource, because we'll just look for a new storage building. And if we run out, then it can go to idle or whatever, because it's not going to be able to drop off its current resources. And even if it travels to a new resource, it's not going to be able to do anything. Okay, so let's see. If storage is full, target resource, see, set new target storage. Else. We need that else. Oh, that's an else if there. Don't need that else if here. Oh wait, no, we are gonna need that else if. Yeah. Else if. We use the same thing as we are up here, but we'll have to change this because of the reasons I've just said. So if vector3 dot distance creature dot transform dot position storage dot transform dot position less than creature dot reach, then we are going to want to call that building to pass in a resource, and that'll want to call the village manager. Although we already have reference to village manager, we could just go there direct. No, it's probably good practice to go through the buildings so that we're actually following logical order. So, let's see. This means I should probably add in, realistically, a subtype resource building. Oh, can I be asked to do that? Because that mean doing some refactoring. I don't think I can be asked to do that, even though that would be good practice. Let me just think. The main refactor here, we changed this to resource build. I did refactor that. Might not be a horrendous idea. No, I can add it in later on if I need to. So let's see, public void receive resource. Why can I not type resource? We're going to want to specify resource type. Resource type int value. So once we have received the resource, we are going to want to update our resources. We've already set up a function to do update resources. So building space village manager dot update resources type, and then value. So that will update that. Here, if we're close enough, we want to call storage dot receive resource. We're going to want to get we could probably pass in inventory item with value. Now we can get the value on that. Let's see. Pass in the type, and we can get the creature dot inventory. That's why that wants to be villager. Villager dot inventory count. Is that what they have? That sounds about right. Yeah. There we go. So that does that. Which means we probably want to now we'll want to empty the village's resources. Boom, boom. But we'll want to do, let's... Yeah, we'll want to do villager dot create new inventory. We're gonna want to do type, because they've just dropped off what they had. Set new target resource. Do we not all do that in set new target resource? Yeah, that's probably something I want to be done in set new target resource. Depositing. Dropped that off. And I think we just want to call set new target resource. Yeah, we've dropped off what we've got. Now we want to go find the new nearest resource and go get from that. So set new target resource. So now in theory, if I was to run this and we enable our villager, he should be able to go to the nearest tree, gather up to 10 wood from it, and then take it back to our fortress before going back and getting more wood. I fully expect it not to work because we've not done any testing or anything. I will be amazed if it works first time. We've not got any errors, so that's good. Let's see what happens. We'll give it a run. We'll see how he behaves. Give it a second. Right, here we go. Oh, look at that. We've got a forest. But that could not be better placed. That was not done on purpose, and I'm not convinced it should have even happened, because I'm pretty sure I put in like a minimum distance from... Yeah. There's meant to be a minimum distance, so... Oh, it is. It is. Oh, because it's from the center. Ah, that makes sense. So, yeah, no, yeah. I just need to increase those distances because I forgot to account for the radius. That makes sense. That's a user error. Anyway, it works in our favor on this occasion because, look, he's dirt close as well. Let's see. Okay, if we enable him. Fuck! Let's see. Resource collection state 24. Didn't like this line. I'm guessing, is it not finding? Village manager is not defined. Did I find game object with tag village manager? Yeah. That was working in one of our other areas. What else was doing a search? Here we go. No, that one's working. Let's just grab that. Maybe I like mistyped it. Yeah, I mistyped it. I don't know how. Dang it, because that would have been perfect. Oh well. Oh well. The closest zone, in theory, the closest zone should always be wood because of how the generation algorithm works anyway. So it should, yeah, it should never be that far away. Right, so we've got our fortress. Let's grab our villager. That. Okay, we got another error. Dang it! Alright, where did we get this time? Okay, he was too high, or he was too far away from the nav mesh because of the random terrain. Dang it! Okay, well, we can make a slight tweak to that. So So we can change that later on. Hey, welcome on in, MasterCard. How are you doing? Hope you're keeping well. Alright, let's see. But we had another error anyway, line 53. Right, what was not... Object reference not set to instance object. Okay, which one? Which one? No, I am from England. I'm a dirty Brit. I'm a dirty Englishman, mate. North of England, if you want to be a little bit more specific. I have had folks ask me if I'm Scottish, which is quite amusing. I'm pretty sure that's offensive to the real Scot folks. Definitely not going to be creature because we're able to set a destination. So I'm guessing it's target. Set new target resource. That should be setting target. Let's have a look. Let's see. So wood collection reach. Have mesh card capacity 10. So why is that saying? Alright then, let's time to do a bit of debugging. Which line did it say again? Line 53. So let's go up to line 53 here. That's interesting. Because if target is null, unless it can't be creature, because creature's passed in when we create the thing, and we're setting a path there using the creature object. It was 53, wasn't it? Yeah, 53. So what else? It won't be vector 3. Not creature. Creature.reach? No. Alright, let's do debug.log. Yay, time for the glories of debugging. Yay. A creature. Sure, that's not null. Debug.log. Boom. Target. Right, let's see what this does. Let's see what this does. And let's see what we get out. It'll still throw the error, but we can see. Right, and now if we enable you. Wait, hang on, what? What's just that, eh? How are you running if you're throwing errors? How is that? Well, no, that makes sense. He's still going to move to a destination. Target. Target seems to be null. Wait, no. Wait, what? Villager. Target. 3 clone. So why is target suddenly null? How is that traveling to resource? How is it null on the second go around? Oh, I'm a fucking idiot. When you're checking if something is equal to a value, you should have 2 equal marks. I can't. Oh. Putting 1 equal mark is when you're saying this is equal to a value. Think of it as one of these is saying this is this value. Having 2 of them is asking a question, is it worth this value? I'm a fucking idiot. Right, okay. Let's try this again, shall we? I'm gonna just comment out those because I don't think we need them anymore. That would explain why it was working on the first iteration but not the second. Aye, ask away, no worries. Never gonna bash people for knowing multiple languages, even if it's a bit of a struggle. welcome on in, by the way, Fabie. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Right, okay. So, where's the nearest forest? Oh, behind us. Right, okay. So, let's look at the console. Run this now. Okay. So, we've not had any errors thrown. He is moving towards the tree. Inventory is empty currently. And he can't get... Oh, I didn't... Hang on. Set that to 3 for the moment. Okay, so we're getting errors. We are getting errors. Do you know the game DayZ? I've heard of it. I've never played it, nor have I really, looked into it. It was, Wait, was that a battle royale or was it a zombie game? I actually don't remember. Okay, I've heard of it. I don't remember what it is, clearly. I can't remember if it was a battle royale or a zombie game. I want to say battle royale, but I can't help but feel like zombies were involved. I run a DayZ server and want to develop a tool that unzips the game data, builds a database from item metadata, and allows for the creation of metadata. Tried using AI coding tools. Yeah, don't. Honestly, if you want to try and do some development work, don't rely on AI. It's not going to be able to do it for you. Despite whatever companies try and tell you, despite what people might try and say, AI is not going to be able to do software development for you. You might be able to get it to do the odd script now and then. It might be able to get, something right occasionally. But if you want to try and do an actual task, I would avoid trying to use AI for it. I wouldn't really know how to go about that, because that is kind of working with a compiled game. I've never looked into game modding myself. So I don't even know how you would go about that. And what was it you were to do? Builds a database from item metadata and allows for the creation of market data. Yeah, sorry, but I don't think I'm going to be able to help you with that one. I'd have to look into how you do that, because that is more like game modding and that. It's not something I've worked with before. Yeah, I've always wanted to look into game modding, but I've just never really given it a go. Yeah, honestly, if you don't know how to code, don't use AI. Just, because it's one of those things where if you don't know how to do it, the AI is more likely to trip you up than actually help you. Even ignoring all the other issues with generative AI and stuff like that. It's just from a purely engineering point of view. If you don't know how to code, you don't know if what the AI is giving you is even correct. And it can very easily not be correct. So just, if you don't know how to code, don't even try and use AI, because it's more likely to trip you up than anything. If you want to be able to do something like that, your best bet is just to go and learn how to do it. That might not be the answer you're hoping for, but that's honestly the best answer to give. I can't really give directions because it is to do with game modding, and I don't know a whole lot about that. And I don't know anything about DayZ either. So I don't want to say just Google it, but that unfortunately is welcome to software engineering. When you all learn a new technology or a new tool, you gotta go and learn it. So, and unfortunately, AI is a shortcut, doesn't really cut it. Sorry, bud. Right. Let's see. So, what's it complain about here? 28. Not sent to instance of object. Yeah, because we haven't actually created new. Okay. Alright, let's look at that call stack, shall we? Villager 28, 79 here. We should have created a... I don't think that's how you spell receive. Hang on. It's EI, not IE. Not that it affects the code itself, but it bothers me. It bothers me. Storage and building base. That wants to be that way around. Okay. So I've lost track. I got distracted by the fact I noticed I had a spelling mistake. Oopsie. Right, okay, back here, 79 in our resource collection state. So 79 is here, which means we haven't set I thought we'd set that and called it and set new target. Not in new inventory. Okay. Is there going to be a better way of going about this? Is there a better way of going about this? Alright, tell you what, yeah. Go remove that. We are going to remove that. We'll go back to villager. But we are going to change it so we have to pass in a resource type. So now what we'll do is if let's see, inventory dot boom dot did I not set a inventory? I set a type. Yep, there we go. So type is not equal to type, then inventory equals new inventory type. Then we'll pass in this. Go. So rather than trying to initialize it ourselves, we'll just initialize it in the update inventory. And if it's the wrong inventory type, we'll just create a new inventory. Let's see if this behaves any better. What was that one? Type, there we go. Right, forgot to update that area. Right, let's see what it does now. Oh, we need to remember to set a reach for our villager. We will also need to fix the other issue we were talking about. I wonder if we're gonna be better off. Setting like a collider on our target or something for when we get close enough. That might be the better way to do it. So, yeah. Okay. I'm gonna rename villager. For now, we'll just set reach to one that should work for both, and then we'll update it afterwards. But I think we're gonna need to add colliders. That might make a better. Way of doing it. Which is a bit of faff. Anyway, so trees over there. Let's enable villager. All right, he's on our way. Carry capacity is 10. Why is update time updating so slowly? Is he getting close enough there to actually be able to? Might not be close enough. Or he might be. I can't actually tell because we can't see what his inventory is not being set. So I'm guessing not. Unless it's just taking... Because that update time is run fairly infrequently for some reason. Feature base. Update timer. Yeah. Update timer. Yeah. Should be running like 10 times a second, but it doesn't feel like it's running 10 times a second. Health, yeah. It doesn't look like... Okay, for simplicity's sake, let's do that. Okay, well, something happened there, didn't it? Villager 23. Let's see. Yep, that is my bad. We made him be able to reach, but we forgot when we first start, inventory ain't a thing. So if inventory equals null, or is not the right type, then we'll set inventory. Right. We'll sort out the reach issue in a minute. I want to see if the rest of it's working. Let's give this a second to run. Back to villager. Hey, we've got a little forest around our buildings. Let's see. So if we run this now, in fact, let's set his reach to 5. See if that's enough. So there's a tree. Okay, he stopped. Hard to say. I should get it to update the state when hard to tell. It's not throwing any errors. That time update is definitely something's not right about it. Alright, well, something's not quite working because inventory's still none. Like, he's got close enough, but it's not thrown any errors, so something's gone wrong along the way. So we're going to leave his reach at 5 because that's clearly enough for it to get it to work for now. We're going to come back over here. We're going to make a new void for set state. Private void set state. We're going to pass in a gathering state, new state. Okay, so we're going to do state equals new state. And then we're going to do switch state is gathering state dot traveling state. Oh no, hang on. Name equals what was it up here? Traveling. Oh, hang on. So this will mean we'll be able to see in the inspector what it's currently trying to do. Gathering state dot gathering resource. I forgot to set a break there. Name equals but why we've gone back to go boom gathering gathering break case gathering state or depositing name deposit. So this will just show what issue we're having a little bit more. Make things a little more transparent in the inspector. Let's see. I've just realized because of how we're setting the name, that's not quite gonna work. This is kind of bad. I shouldn't do it. It's a bit of an anti-pattern there, but okay, I'm doing it. This dot villager dot there we go. So that'll do that. Allows it to just update state name. Then in all the areas where we're setting the it. Get rid of that. So gathering resource. Set state, gathering resource, get through all of that. That one's certainly up, don't need to worry about that one. This one, traveling to resource, set state, gathering. Not traveling to resource. And new state. No, that's fine. Here we go. This one's to be set state. Gathering state dot depositing resource. Go. Any others? No, we're good there. Right. Let's see if that gives us a little more information about where it's getting stuck. I think it's when it's trying to harvest the resource itself. That appears to be when it's getting stuck. Oh, bleed hell, you've got a tree right near you now, dude. Let's see. Wood traveling to... Oh, reach is still set to 2. Gathering. Okay. So it is getting to a gathering state. But then it doesn't seem to manage to do anything beyond that. But it's not throwing errors. So we might have to add some more debugs logs to see what exactly is happening. So it's getting to gathering resource. If target is not equal to null. Let's have a look at the trees. So the tree's resource value is going down, as we expect. Okay. Okay. But the inventory is set to none. So it's just constantly decreasing value. I mean, this does mean we can at least check if this destroys properly. Like, that's something. But clearly... Okay, well, let's see what happens if we set that to 5. Does the tree still get destroyed? Yes, it does. And he's going off to deposit resource. Okay. He'd probably go through an error, because it doesn't seem to actually be doing that. Did it? It actually... It managed it? What? Okay, it deposited 1 wood. Something is clearly not right here. So, like, it's kind of working in the sense of you can gather resources, but it's not very efficient. If it's going to destroy a whole tree that has 200 wood and only be able to drop off 1 resource, yeah, and it's going to take a while to do it as well. That's not quite ideal. That's not quite ideal. So something's clearly going wrong in our thing up here. Like, it's decreased our resource, but it doesn't seem to be updating our inventory, unless it is updating our inventory. Let's see. So let's start off with this. Let's do a debug.log inventory. See if our inventory item is a thing, or if it's just if it's somehow being nullified every time, and so we have to create a new inventory item. Inventory. Then while we're here, let's do a debug.log inventory count. Let's inventory dot value. Okay, let's see what happens now then. Let's see what happens now. Before we run, let's set that to 6. Give this another run, see what happens. We've still got to sort out the whole distance thing for seeing if they're close enough. I mean, that's... What? Are you fucking joking? All the way over there? What is this set of spawn? Oh, fuck that. We'll rerun it. We're rerunning that. I'm not waiting half an hour for him to walk across the country. That's a bit more like it. That's a bit more like it. Right, let's do that. Okay, object instance not set. We got an error. Oh, yeah, that's me. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I'm trying to access inventory count before we've actually set up an instance. That one's on me. That one's on me. Okay, let's move this down here, and we'll just have to remember that that comes afterwards. No, you don't. No, you don't, you little shit. You know, you can forget about caption looping. You're gonna have to deal with me hunting your ass at this point, Maximus. You're gonna have to worry about me hunting your ass. Yeah, come on then. Come at me. All I need is a bucket of water. Easy to deal with you, not a problem. Or I can just call Sheila to come get you. That'll also do it, right? Oh, that very quickly made you back off, didn't it? Right, let's run that. See what happens. See what happens. Oh, he's gonna go straight. Wait, isn't that meant to have a... Well, he should be avoiding that because it's got an obstacle on it, but he didn't seem to avoid it, so that's something to bear in mind. No. Right. Why is it doing it like this? So it looks like we seem to be creating a new... Why are you... Why are you printing it like this, Unity? Why? No, don't collapse. That's why. It's on collapse mode. She's always listening? Well, then. Maybe she'd like to create her own Catch Me version, including you, eh? So it looks like we might be creating a new inventory every time. That might be... Oh, that's why. Okay, I know how to fix this, but it means we're not going to be able to see what they've got in the... Okay. Oh, that... Unity, why? Why? Why can I not create a new instance of a mono-develop object? I mean... Okay, let's come here and we'll remove this, but I bet this means I can't serialize it afterward. I don't think I can serialize it if it hasn't got the mono develop on it. Oh, you'll be fine. Look, either Sheila does it, or you get cozy with your own pirate ship's anchor. When me, Lupe, and Lakea decide we've had enough of you. How's that sound, eh? What's your options, Max? What's your options? Now, is it going to avoid this again? Or is it just gonna... Well, he doesn't need to avoid it. But even so, I don't think it's actually... nav mesh obstacling that. Is it meant to carve? Ah, carve needs to be set enabled. Okay, well, we'll sort that out in a sec. See what this does. Okay. So this seems to be working now, but we can't see... we can't see what it's carrying, is the annoying thing. So it's not working when it drops off there. Yep, there we go. So if we come back to Village Manager, we have 10 work. So that is working. We can't see how many resources it's carrying, but it is working. So we'll take that. We will take that for now. I'll get it to render to thing later on. Don't you step within. I mean, that's fine. We can find a different ship's anchor. That's fine. Not an issue. Looping it to 10,000 mile radius. Oh, I mean, I don't know. If you're going to be daft enough to sail towards us, that sounds like your problem. Right, let's see. So, yeah. Because Mono Develop and Unity have this thing, we can't make new instances here. So instead of making a new inventory, let's have this go back to mono behavior. Then back in villager, instead of making new inventory, let's change all this. We're gonna scrap this. So we can still get type and value. And we're going to make a public void of reset inventory, which is going to take resource type, and when we reset inventory, this dot type equals type, then this dot value equals 0. There we go. Don't take your anger on beautiful ships. That's fine. We'll take out on you instead. Yeah, like, if you want to take the brunt of the punishment, that's fine by us. We don't have a problem with that. Right, there we go. So now, we can do inventory dot reset inventory type. So now if we do it this way, don't take all three of you are little shits. I mean, I wouldn't exactly call me little. I'm 6'2". Looping's also 6 foot, so make of that what you will. Don't take out on beautiful ships. Take out on beautiful shits. You know what? That's a brilliant set. Someone quote Genius on that. That's a brilliant quote. I love that. Oh, banging quote, that one. Right, so, Fizz, how do we actually create an inventory object? I don't entirely know how that works. We'd have to... Oh, I know how we can get it to work. Hang on. Project. Let's go. Data. In fact, no, we want to be in prefabs first. Creatures, villagers. Then on data. Then let's drag on the inventory script. Then we can just get that. Which equals get component. Can we not do that there? Okay, sure. Here, internal. Make this private. Private. Do we ever start here? We do have a virtual. Okay. It's internal, isn't it? Yeah, okay, so we'll have to mark it internal here so that we can do a override void start, what we'll call base.start, and then inventory equals get component inventory. There we go. Don't it? Oh man, yeah, I reckon next community artwork is time for me and Lakea to get revenge on Max. What do you guys reckon? Do we go after Max or do we go after his ship? Choices. What would you prefer, Max? If you had to make that decision, what would you go for? You know what? I like Genius's answer. Why not both? Let's go after both. Time to master and defend. You know what? I think this is an even better idea. He's gotta watch us as we deface his ship. Oh, I think this is a brilliant idea. Oh man, right. Okay, this should fix that issue now. Like it was working, but I won't be able to see like what they're carrying and that in the inspector, because it'll make it easier for debugging and that. Yeah, I think we know what the next bit of artwork's gonna be. I think we know what the next bit of artwork's gonna be. The inventory is none, but it should become inventory. But does this mean we're gonna be able to actually see what he's what the little guy's carrying? I don't think it will. No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Alright, then we'll scratch that. That doesn't do what I hoped it would do. Let's get rid of that. Oh, hang on. What if we do... Does that work? That... Oh, wait, no. I think we've got to mark it serializable. I know I've done this before. Serializable, is it? Wait, no, it's C, isn't it? Using system. There we go. Then, but I vote yes. Well, yeah. Oh, if I tie Lakea is super... You know what? That is absolutely a point. I was joking initially, but now I think we've got to make this piece of art happen. Sorry, Max. You're signing you're digging yourself your own hole now. Alright, so if we go back in here, we'll scratch that one. And we'll go back to public inventory resource type this dot type equals type. There we go. Villager if inventory equals null or inventory inventory equals new inventory type. Let's see if that works. I know there's a way to get this to work. I can't remember what it was. You said hole instead of grave. Yeah, that's the saying. You're digging your own hole. That's the saying. What do you mean? I mean, there's also the saying you're digging your own grave, but it's interchangeable. Like you're digging yourself a deeper hole. Is that just a British thing? Is that just a British one? It's definitely a thing. This idea is brilliant. Yeah. You know what? If I had the money, I would absolutely be like messaging Sonny and being like, Sonny, do you want to pick on Max? Oh, that's brilliant. Oh, that'd be brilliant. Oh man, right, okay. Oh man. Okay, yeah, take a look. Maybe I am misremember. I'm sure like digging, because like we say digging a deeper hole. Like we say to people like you're digging yourself a deeper hole. Maybe I'm mixing up sayings or whatever, but you know what, Max? Shoot me a DM on Discord, and maybe not after the stream tonight, maybe tomorrow. I'll take a look, and maybe we can make that work. Because that would be an absolutely hilarious piece. Oh, right. Let's see. What are we doing? So that's now marked serializable. We reset that here. Awesome. Nice, Max. Let's see if this will now do it. I know there's a way of getting this to work. I've done it before. I just can't remember how. That looks like a no. Definitely looking like a no. I cannot... Hang on. Let's see. So Unity, serialize custom class to inspector. Let's see. I know there's a way. Dig in your hole deeper, not you're digging your own hole. Yeah, maybe I've got it a little wrong then. Maybe I'm getting it a little bit wrong. Now my custom. No, I don't want a custom inspector. Custom classes behave like structs. We I don't want to make a custom inspector, but I know there was a way of getting one asset and your behavior. It's not static. Full type, okay. Custom has not abstract, it's not static. It's not abstract, it's not static. Let's check. No, I didn't think so, because that would make no sense for it to be both. As the serializable. We've set it to be serializable here. Serialize inventory. Ow, what am I missing? Yeah, we're not using polymorphism. At least not here anyway. I know I've done it in other projects, but I can't remember what those projects were. I don't have to like probe through every single project to be able to do it. Like they're making, yeah, serializable class trouble. So that's serializable. And no custom classes. Fine. Serialized. List, yeah. Simple field, yeah. Not. Is public as a serializable? We need to make that a is a public. Not static, it's not common, not read only. There's a field type that can be. Let's see if that helps. That doesn't want to be serialized, well, that can't be serialized, but these two should be able to be serialized. Let's see what this does. We stop that. We run. Ooh, okay. Give that a second to generate. Not derived for or. Okay, it's got some issues there. References, runtime scripting screen. What? Okay. This might have brought some other errors that I do not recognize at all. Bench of native class. It doesn't like the fact that inventory is is not derived from thingy, but we can now see what it's got. So maybe we might need to bring it back into mono develop. Okay, that's not worked because it's so low below the thing. Let's clear that. Putting in a lot of effort just to be able to do something. It doesn't actually affect the game itself. This is purely for debugging purposes. Can you raise it a bit? Alright, there we go. Stop going through that. We forgot to set this to be able to carve. Hang on. Where's the... Right, carve. There we go. Yes, go round the tree, you dipstick. The inventory should update. Object not set to instance of object. Okay, is that... Villager? Huh. Okay. Because it doesn't like villager? Yeah, because I've not passed in villager, that's why. Okay, that's fine. Let's make some changes then. So, so let's make this inherit from mono behavior again. Public void reset inventory. Oh no. I know why. I on. And then no, not that. No, not village manager. Villager. This dot villager equals villager. The reason it's throwing errors, I've just remembered. Go back to this one. We've got to pass in this. Go. Give that a second to compile. Now, if we go back to our villager prefab, we added. Hang on. Here we go. Remove that. That's why it's not liking it, because we're trying to add a script to it that hasn't got what it wants for. So now we clear the console. Now if we run it, we should have it serialized to the inspector without throwing any errors. Right, where's our villager? Right, he's going to be raising up a bit. So we can see what he's got. Enable him. Let's go. Console, no errors. I forgot to set this to carve. Do that in a sec. He is now gathering wood. Let's go. Here we go. Gathering wood. He'll go drop it off. He's going to struggle a little bit because of our whole reach issue. But that is now working. Awesome. Right, okay. Now, before I forget again, let's go back into entities, buildings. Set this to carve so that it's actually included in the bloody pathing, you donut. Right, there we go. Right, come back out of that. So now that's working. We need to sort out our reach issue. Now, the problem with just using like a flat value, which we've been doing, is it's going to vary. Because it's like the position it's check against is the center of all the game objects. And obviously, like, buildings are bigger than like trees and that. So it's probably better if we add colliders to these objects. And then we have these objects just have a list of entities that are within its collider. And then we can just check if we're in that list. And if so, we've arrived. So let's change this out. So for now, we are going to come here. Everywhere where we reference reach. Go comment out for the moment. And we'll just go put through, which we can't run with that because it'll break everything. But just for now, through just so it's not throwing errors. Where else? No. Okay, there's the 2 places it's doing it there. So now let's run Fortress. Let's see. So now we're going to want to add a new collider to this. Add component, box collider. Now this is going to want to be slightly bigger. Hang on, let's just add like, how big? Yeah, that does it. And Z, just increase. No, that's done it on height. That's done it, right? And Y. So now, everyone who steps into this area is going to be within reach to deposit something into this building. And we will set this as a trigger. So, this is probably going to want to... Do we want to do this on building level, or do we want to do this on entity level? Because all entities are going to need this. It might be better doing it on an entity level. But whether that's going to be as optimized, I don't know. Okay, we'll do it on entity level for now. Yeah, I need to open our entity script. Hashtag Legion Collider. Right, okay. Collider data engine. And we are going to want to create a list of entity bases, entities. So we are going to want on trigger enter and on trigger exit. So every time someone walks into, hang on. So every time something walks into this area of this building, it's going to run this function here, and when it leaves that area, it's going to run this function. So here we are going to say let's see, give me a second. So we are going to want to create an entity base entity equals other dot get component entity base. So we're going to try and see if it's got a component. If it hasn't got this component, it's going to return null. So if entity is not equal to null, we're going to want to add it to our entities list. Entities.add entity. And then if it leaves that area, we will remove it. The same thing again. The same code, but instead of adding it, we want to remove. And we should probably check just in case Unity has some weird issues, because I've seen that before. Like weird edge cases. If entity is not equal to null and entities dot contains entity. So we're just checking that the entity is in our list before we remove it. Because if we try and remove it and it's not in the list, it'll throw errors. In theory, that should never happen, but you can always end up with these edge cases. It's just worth running that double check. And in reality, it's unlikely that anything's going to have a huge list of entities to check through anyway. It might do, but I would rather take that performance hit, and I don't think it's likely to be a huge list. It should be fine, I reckon. Let's see. So now, if we create a public pool, is entity in reach. So we can do we want to pass in a entity base entity, and all we need to do is returns entities dot contains entity. So when we will see if something's within reach, we're going to see if it's in our entities list, because if it is within our area, it's going to be added to our list, so it'll return true, it's within reach. But if it's left our area, it's been removed from the list, so it's not going to be in there, it'll return false. So now if we come back here, we can change this to, instead of calculating distance, we can just do, what would it be? Target dot, is, did I? It should be if target dot, why is it not liking that, eh? Target is of type resource base, which should inherit from. It does not inherit. Oh, it doesn't, because it's not an entity. Okay. Well, we can change that. Technically, if we make it inherit, it means the resources will have a health. Not really important, but that'll be fine. We'll need to add resources to entity type. That's not the end of the world. The resource base inherits from entity base. I should have probably done that from the start, but oh well. That means if we come back here now, target dot is entity in reach creature. If it's true, we can do that. So scratch that. And the same down here. If a storage dot is entity within reach creature, there we go. So now we just need to make a few changes. So let's go to our resource type. Entity type, we just need to add resource here. And then we'll need to set that for our resource prefabs, which is not the end of the world. I don't think zones, no, they only, yeah. So it won't matter for zones. It only needs to be for the resources themselves, which honestly makes sense. It was probably a bit of an anti-pattern now that I think about it. And this is why you plan out your design. Something that if I was doing it properly would have done. Let's see, where are we going? Environment. And this means that these should really be in the entities folder now, but Solid will deal with that later on. Entity type, resource, resource. We don't need to set the health because we're not doing anything to them health wise. Source, there we go. Right, so that does that. So that works for the fortress now, but we've got to set up for these other ones as well. So let's add a new capsule collider. This one is. Let's turn off the old one for a moment. Set this one to bigger. I think that default will be enough actually. Let's maybe reach radius of that doesn't
liberty, cause slavery is real. Doesn't mean the shackles gotta be revealed. Fighting with my pen, that's the closest thing to steal, and it's what they wanna steal. There's value in the word, gotta figure out the real.
Yeah, that'll do, I think. That'll do. So that's that one. Rock. Add actual collider. And piece radius a little bit.
The closest thing to feeling. Yeah, it's the only thing revealing. Trying to get me closer to the Lord.
Yeah, I think that'll
open up some doors while these words
always come and tweak these later on. Rock 2. Oh, ion. Did I set that to? I did not set that to trigger. There we go. Before I forget that later on. Same here. Set it to trigger. Okay. Do we have 3 capsule colliders? I've seen some. Oh, we should set these to half, because I forgot to do that for all of these. Half, which makes it all the more important. These are bigger than those. Half. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Let's use radius. Increase radius on this one because it's got to be big enough for dudes to be able to reach. Go. That's rock 2, rock 1. Get that carved in, right? I did rock 1. Carve. Okay. Add a capsule collider. Trigger. Increase that radius. Go. Yeah, maybe a touch more. Okay, metal or set that one to carve, didn't I? Yes. Oh, my memory is awful. Yeah, oh, did I set these to all be sphere gliders? I did. I've added capsule gliders. Oh well. Add memory moment. Tell me about it. Fucking tell me about it. Right. Oh, absolutely. Yes, please. Yes, please. Oh, it's not like it's expensive at all. It's usually one of the cheapest components of a PC, right? There should be ample of RAM on the market, right? Shouldn't have any problems getting RAM, right? Let's see. Set that to carve. Vehicle collider is go. Gold ore. Carve. That can boom. Yo. Then this one. Carve. Add component. The nice thing is our code for gathering resources is set up so it can work with any resource. So if it works with the wood, which is what we've been testing against, it'll work with all 4 of the others. We just need to pass in a different resource type when we first create it. Which is very nice. Very nice. Right, let's see. So, What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? We've now set that up. So if we go to Villager, we should now be able to... Is it Villager? No, not Villager. One above it, feature base. We should be able to just grab those. Grab reach. There we go. Right. Okay, so bring this up. Run this. This should now work a lot better, I think. I'm fairly confident this should work more as intended. We might have to balance some of the carve sizes and stuff, but I think this should work better than intended. Yeah, like those are a little bit big for what they're cutting out. Let's look at some of the others. They're not looking so bad. Let's see what happens if we enable our villager. Right, here we go. So he's off. His inventory is currently set to type gold, but that will change when he gets to the tree. If we select that, it is the closest. We might have a problem here. He's not going to be able to reach at all. Oh wait, no, he might just be able to reach. This blue area is the nav mesh that this can walk across. Is he? No, he's struggling to get in. Okay. That's fine. That's why we test for these things. Let's go on the nav mesh. And maybe reduce that radius a little bit. Let's try 3.4, see what that does. Boom. Let's see if that works a little bit better. In fact, I think let's bring it even lower. Better to get it small enough to make sure that it works. What quote was that? What quote was that, Max? Right, give that a second to run. Done. That was too low down. I should have raised it. Oh, I'll put in some code later that will like make sure they spawn at the right height, but for now. Right, there we go. So that looks like that might work a little bit better. Wait, why are you wanting to go round the tree? I mean, looks like it's working. Yeah. No, he's still trying to travel towards the tree. Huh. Oh no, actually, that would have been pretty good. Like, you would have needed to provide context or Carly would be after you, but that would have been pretty good. Oh, man. Yeah, so he's still not quite getting close enough. Oh, maybe he is, because that looks like he's within the thing. Entity 0. Huh. So it's just not updating the entities list for some reason. Okay. Let's see. So for some reason, our entity list is not, which suggests that's not being called, or it's not getting the component. I suspect it's not calling it. But let's do a debug.log. Object other.gameObject.name. Right, let's run that, see what happens. If we run and it doesn't print, it means it's not calling that function. If we run and it does print it, it means we're calling that function. Well, there's a different problem, like maybe it's not getting the component or whatever. So let's take a look. Down, 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 down. Let's see. So he's over there now. Right. Okay. So it's just not, because he's definitely within that collider, but it is not updating the list. It's not calling that function. So, for some reason, our villagers aren't triggering. Does it need a rigid body? Might you need a rigid body? Hang on. Unity. Do trigger. I can never remember this one. Colliders need a rigid body. I feel like I have to Google this every time I make a new Unity project. And you need to. Yep. Okay. Yep. I'm forever forgetting that one. That's fine. So if we just go here and go add rigid body. Okay. Over. Yeah. So let's now add that to thing and let's run. Let's see if that makes a difference. Give it a second to generate. Okay, where's our villager bud? He's over here. Let's move off. Our little house. We'll sort out that spawning later on. Right, let's see. So is it gonna work now? Oh. Hey, there we go. Working now. Solid, so we can see him. Oh, not anymore, because he's moved away. What's he doing now? He's depositing. Where the fuck are you going? That ain't depositing. Hey? That's literally the opposite direction, you idiot. Where the fuck are you going? What? It's he's just like, nope, fuck this, I'm out of here. Okay. I don't know why. Yeah. Like, we can see his... Wait, where's his... Is this because of... Hang on, if I... Right, okay. Right, okay. It was the rigid body. I set that to kinematic. Fly. We can get rid of this debug log now. Go. Right, run that again. Right, I think the rigid body was causing issues with the physics and they were screwing with the nav mesh agent. Leave now. Pretty low down here, aren't we, bud? Bring you up a bit. Okay, so there we go. Gathering resources. Give that a moment. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. He drops it off. If we go on Village Manager, we have 10 wood. Hell yeah. So this means if we were to grab more villagers and we bring them in. Here we go. We're getting a small army now. Village Manager. Yeah, we're on 50 wood. Here we go. We're getting there, folks. We're getting there. Hey, raise the army. I mean, we can keep going. We can absolutely keep going. Here we go. Here we go. We're not good. Like, we are going to be kind of deforesting this area a little bit. But look, they'll grow back. They'll grow back. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. They'll grow back. See? Hang on. Let me we select this, how long until... Yeah, next spot. Say you'll try and spawn a tree again soon. This is actually working pretty dang well. How much wood has this got left? Counter a certain level Arctic fox, aren't you? Don't know what you're on about. It's not like we're just talking about tying him to master his own ship so that he can watch us deface it at all. Don't know what you're on about. No. This tree's about to get cut down pretty quick. Wait, how much are you guys carrying before you... Oh, I don't think we're ever resetting the... Yeah, okay, so there is a slight bug. We're never actually resetting the value in the inventory by the look of it when we're dropping off. Let's see. Sorry. Yeah. Oh. Let's see. And let's do inventory new inventory equals no. Boom, boom, boom. So now else if new inventory not equal to null, inventory equals new inventory. Boom, 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 boom. You know the cartoon probe pulls a weapon? Yeah, pretty much. Just slowly escalating. Next thing you know, it's going to be like two powers of nature. The power of the woodland versus the power of the sea going at each other's throats. Right, okay, so now if we go back to here, and then when we deposit the resource, we can do a creature. Hang on. We need to change part of this. Not that one. Villager. So if the equals no value equals no equals resource dot type wood will just say as a default, and the and int dot min value will reach that eventually. It is kind of looking that way, isn't it? It is kind of looking that way. Let's see. So if new inventory not equal to null, then inventory equals new inventory. Else we'll do the update. What's this? All code return a value. Okay. Burn. Ba-da. Would it be easier to just create a new inventory? Yeah, I feel like it'll just be easier to create a new inventory at this point. Create a new function to create a new inventory. So scratch that, and scratch that. Leave that as is, and just do a public void create new inventory. resource. That might be better actually. We just update inventory. Why are we doing it like this? We don't need to do it. We can just do villager.update inventory type, and we can just do invert villager dot inventory count. That'll do it. So now let's watch. We'll watch just the one this time and make sure it's behaving as we would expect. So where's our little dude? Activate him. Watch him head over to the tree. And we'll make sure that his inventory empties this time. Because what was happening before was their inventory is set to 10. They're going and drop off 10 resources. But their inventory was never actually emptying. So they've just always had 10 resources afterwards. Here we go. Let's see. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, he's off on his way back. For some reason he wants to go around the building. Don't know why, but whatever floats his boat. The way he gets close, that should empty. Yep, there we go. It's now set to 0. We have 10 wood. That 100 has 90 wood instead. There we go. So now we'll do what we did before. We're going to bring in a load more villagers. We'll give it a minute to run, and we'll just make sure that it continues to run the way we would expect it to run. Once it's got like a few more in there. Right. Let's see. I think it should run fine. So like we can see this tree going down. They'll probably go to the closest trees for now. This does mean that there's a potential that we can end up with loads of villagers crowding around one resource. So I'll do some code to check for that later on. But for now, it works. Later on, I'll put in a bit of code that will like check how many villagers are around a given resource, and if there's too many, it'll look for the next one. Because you can see, like here, they're all just crowding around, getting each other's way. I wonder if because they don't seem to take nav mesh. Hang on, can we give these guys a nav mesh obstacle at the same time as being like carve only when stationary? No. Oh, it does not like that, does it? Maybe carve only when stationary. That might still work actually, because the stationary when. Okay, how much wood has that got left? A little bit, right? You're the one that I put the. But then you kind of still have issues. Okay, let's just remove that component. That's something to sort out later on. But that tree's just about to go. These guys shouldn't all have, like 5 wood there. Yeah, this is working pretty well. Gathering wood. And this zone here will continue to spawn trees. So if we left this running, if I left this running overnight, these guys would just continue to collect wood. This would continue to spawn trees. And it would just keep running. No issues. Eventually we'd hit into pure overflow. That wouldn't it wouldn't crash or anything. We'd just end up with negative wood for a while. Not a huge issue. That's not something I'm going to deal with right now. Yeah. Pretty happy with all of that. I'm pretty happy with all of that. Let's see. Components. Yeah, it doesn't like you have an obstacle and agent on the same thing. Okay. I think we'll leave it there for today then. We've got it so that these guys can collect resources. I'll probably keep working on this. I might do another coding stream working on it soon because it is quite a fun one. I think the next sensible thing to work on, and I don't entirely know how I'm going to do this yet, but I think the next thing is going to be the algorithm that manages our villager tasks. So I need to try and come up with an algorithm. It's going to assign villagers different tasks based on what's available. Because the tasks will change over time. And to start off with, when we first start, you only have 4 tasks. Collecting wood, collecting metal, collecting stone, or collecting gold. But then later on, there'll be a task of like building buildings. That'll be another task. And then there'll be like other tasks of like, I don't know, manufacturing weapons or like growing food and stuff like that. Because the idea I want to do is there's going to be like upgrades and stuff like that. So you'll have to not just build buildings, but you'll have to upgrade the buildings to get benefits. For example, the fortress is going to control how many villages you can have at any one time. So when you first start, you're only going to be able to have, I don't know, say 10 villagers. So you'll have to upgrade the fortress in order to get more villagers. So every time you upgrade it, maybe you can get like 5 more villagers or something like that. Or maybe I'll make it so you've got to build houses. I don't know. But like that kind of thing to like add continuous improvement. That's the idea. But I've got to figure out how to implement all that. Like the level ups, that'll be easy because I can add that to the base building class and then just add the multiplier to various properties based on the building level. It's gonna be the algorithms that do things like figuring out where to build buildings automatically, algorithm to assign villager tasks based on priority and such. Yeah, that's gonna be a difficult one. I might need to recruit Tim for that because that's gonna have some maths involved. Awesome, yeah, please do, because honestly, I think that'll be a hilarious piece. I mean, we've only got one of you capturing Lakea, so this could be Lakea's revenge. I don't know if I can commit to it yet. I will have to say that. I don't know if I can definitely afford it, but I'll take a look. I would absolutely love to maybe go harsh with you if we can. But we'll take a look. But yeah, this is working pretty well. I'm pretty happy with this. Like, wood, spawn radius, resources 81. Yeah, it's working pretty well. I'm pretty happy with that. Right, okay, we'll definitely leave it there. Who else is live for us to raid into? Let's see. Azra's live. Let's raid into Azra, shall we? Let's raid into Azra. Alrighty. Here we go. Alright. Start raid. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for joining, Jeevious. So, if you want to join our Discord, then here is a link. Please do jump in and say hi to the rest of the community. Thanks to the folks who have followed today. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be doing some Dungeon Keeper with the FX mod. So do join in for that. And we'll be doing more development on this in the future weeks. If you join us on this raid, here is our raid message. Top one is for followers. Bottom one is for subscribers. Please do post this into Azra's chat as we raid into them. Alright guys, thank you very much for watching and we'll see you all next time. Take care.